What up? What up, what up, what up? We're so back, dude. I gotta scale my coffee because it's getting lukewarm. G'day. Welcome back to another day, boys. Today, it's going to be a little bit different than the usual live stream. Because I'm going to start out working on just a bunch of templates. Just some stuff for getting started with game dev in 2025. You know, there's kind of just no good starting point out there on the internet right now. So I figured, let me just take everything that I've learned over the last 5 years, kind of dump it into a nice template, and end it out. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's the plan for today. I don't know how long I'll do it for. I might even start a little bit of work on Terrafactor in the evening. I have no idea. But yeah, I'm just gonna rip it and ship it. Yeah. Oh, Kane won. Play joke. Okay. So, really, I think the best starting point, the game dev right now, from scratch, is Raylib. Kind of the GOAT. We had in C, what was it? Booga Booga. Booga Booga Engine. Which basically kind of the same layer of abstraction as Raylib, but using DirectX under the hood, or really whatever else would be needed. You could add your own implementation, but this hasn't been touched in like 10 months, so, or 8 months. And I think Raylib is just probably better, so we're gonna give that a crack. Also because it's just already in the vendor library in Odin, and we can rip it. So this will have a lot more support, a lot more tutorials, a lot easier to just kind of get stuck into it and get going. Ooga Booga was very like C oriented, and this works way better with Odin, I think. So we're just gonna rip it, get stuck into it. I'm gonna start off with Carl's Odin Raylib hot reload game template, and then just add a bunch of stuff onto it that I would use myself if I were trying to make a game and ship it to Steam. So that's the plan for today. I guess let's just crank, dude. Do it. I gotta figure out how this works. I've actually never had a project that's hot reloadable, so this is gonna be really cool. But basically, This stream is just going to be me kind of like flailing around and writing up the template, but I'll make a dedicated video on this, which is just going to have the essence kind of compact into it later on. So yeah, I just figured I'd stream work on this because why not? Why not? Let's do it, man. How we doing, boys? What's going on? Sandbox, how you doing, bro? Falling back to sea? Hell no. Hell no, man. Not in a million years am I touching that disgusting language. Nah, C's great. C's a goat. It kind of sucks. Head to Odin. I think you can be productive in C. We kind of like proved that a bit with Booga Booga. You just slap in some nice void pointed dynamic arrays, call it a day. And memory arenas. Kind of sorted. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin this little templates folder and get cranking. All right, this is where the old Randy's hot sauce lives. So I'm basically going to be creating Randy's Hot Sauce 2.0 today. New and improved. We're not going to be using Circle because I think it's kind of overkill, especially for like just starting out. So yeah, we're going to just Raylib it up. All right, let me clone this shit. Calls. Hot. Reload. Bloinky, sploinky. I probably should have just cloned that with a name. Let me try that again, actually. So I'm pretty sure you just go get clone and then add a name at the end. Yeah, there you go. Problem solved. Alrighty. Beautiful. So we got that there. Build debug. Batch. Okay. So you can build it without the separate game library, but I'm guessing when you're working on it in development, you just call the hot reload. Seems good. Let me give that a whirl real quick. Build hot reload.bat. Sorry. Odin. Build. Wait, no, we're just calling the build script. Build hot reload.bat. Probe dealer, no find a directory. Copying from the vendor Raylib. Okay. Vibin. I think that's it. gonna use the old rad debugger to run this puppy. I think I will maybe. Let me just chuck something in here. Template dot rad bg. The RBG. Chuck something there. Get a target going. Alright, I gotta look at the tutorial. A little doxy woxy. What was the reason you chose Odin? So there was 3 things. 1, don't have to worry about order of declaration or order of definition. That's great. 2, you can have dynamic arrays that are typed properly without killing yourself. And there was the 3rd, but I can't remember. Third, I would probably just lump in like syntax sugar in general. Just feels way nicer. Like you're doing less typing. So that would be that. Just overall kind of like a 1.5x improvement on programming. Once you get into it, I would say. Odin is poggies, yeah. Odin do be poggies. Okie doke. Well, let's see what this is doing and how I use it. Do 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 do. Run build hot reload bat create game hot reload exe in game DLL. Okay, run that again. Where does that get built to? Probably in the build, right? Not seeing anything. There's a game.exp. What the fuck's it? Reload.exe. Where is that? Am I tripping? Oh, it's right here. I'm dumb. That's going straight into the root. Makes sense. So we just run that. Maybe Rust saying now, do you have anything against it? I've never used Rust, so I don't like personally know what it's like. But if you just zoom out, you can see that there's more ECSs and game engines in Rust than actual games. If you're trying to do game development, so it's kind of a little bit of a red flag. All right, here we go. That's the target. probably should be able to just run that. Might need to change the working directory, but oh, there we go. Bussin'. Bro, look at that startup time. Kind of a little bit bonkers. And so I'm guessing that we can just rip it. I need to go through this and figure out everything that's happening, but wait, let's just make a random OS change. Change this to red. And then rebuild. Fucking bonkers, bro. That is nutty. I think I just did a cum. Wow. Okay, this is pretty fucking sweet. We got the old web. I'm just gonna fucking delete that folder, bro. Just. Oh my god, I hate mscript. Give me fucking non-flashbacks, bro. God damn it. Alright, let's see. I want to figure out how I can like recreate a very minimal example. And understand what's happening. That's, I think, going to be my first kind of starting point. I'm going to assume complete Windows, no Linux or anything. Because Windows is king. Oh, really? It's kind of needed if you're shipping a game to Steam, and it sucks. Pile time crazy? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit silly, dare I say. Time it takes to build 10 times Rust would be built once. All right. So let me dive into it. What do I want to do here? I want to make a new folder and just copy across what's needed. Maybe. We just got the main game. Package game. Heal game memory. Update, draw, and whatnot. So this is getting exported. The init is also getting exported. Well, the init window is getting exported. Okay. Game init. Run. So those are all the exports. So now I guess we just look at the main hot reload and see what's happening. It's split up into, you got a hot reload. This guy loads, build, hot reload, game DLL. Reloads it whenever it changes. Okay. Ah, interesting. Copy it across. That makes sense. Okay. Game API. Interesting. This is actually going to be really cool to understand because then I can put it in Terrafactor while reloading. I'm down. I've just never bothered to like even attempt trying to understand what happens here because I haven't really needed it. But you can see how it would be kind of helpful. I'm also kind of thinking now that for a beginner template, it might not be a good idea to have a hot reload there because it just complicates understanding what's happening. So maybe we table it for now and circle back around to it because I've made 3 games that have Steam release builds without hot reloading. It's like not really that necessary. If you got a save state, you're kind of good. Yeah, so I think I might just come back to this later on. Just to simplify things a bit. So I don't really want a beginner who's just pulling up to from scratch, no engine game dev, have to understand what's happening here. So, all right, new plan. New plan. Back it up. I'll dive into that one day. Maybe never, who knows? Let's see. I'm just gonna make a new folder. Oops. New folder. Randy's Hot Sauce V2. The sequel. Let's do it. So, I'm gonna do a, I have a cheeky little build .bat. And we'll just source main.odin. Package main. Odin build. I'm actually going to open up Terrafactor so I can just copy a bunch of stuff across. That'll be great. I didn't even realize I have a different theme on here. Wow, kind of nutty. Keep the old build.bat. Keep it nice and simple. Odin build in the folder. Flags out. Okay. I'm going to one of these. Set out equal to build and then desktop deep. I'm gonna say win debug. We could say Windows. Let's do it. Not that there's really gonna be a second target ever. May as well include it. So Odin build to the source, and then do we have any other flags in here? Or just like a dash? Wait. And we'll call it game.e. That should be the build. An entry point go. Equal to hello balls. There we go. Can I like rename this? Oh. Target. I love this feature. Very sick. Any hot sauce build. Hot sauce V2. And we should have a nice hello balls. I just followed this. Here we go, up and running. So I'm just gonna get Raylib set up, and then we'll be cooking. The good thing about Raylib and Odin is it's like literally just in the vendor. We can just import Raylib. Kind of done. I gotta figure out how to actually use Raylib first time, but it'll be good. Do, 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 do. Ten times more like 1,000 times a fresh barely compile my 16 core system takes 2.5 minutes. That's sucks. Granted, off the first time it only takes 5 seconds at most. I love working in languages where there's no concept of an incremental build. You're just like, yeah, we just rebuild fresh every single time because it's that fast. Nicholas, what up? How you doing? All right. Well, I think Kyle like literally just did a Raylib. I saw this in the search. Is this really 6 days ago? It's kind of nuts. Like I'm literally about to make a video that's like this. It's kind of nutty. But I'm gonna follow his getting started because this seems good. Just cheeky little RL import, okay. Love it. RL init window, could close, begin drawing, clear background, and close window. I'm so ready for Raylib, dude. This is gonna be sick. I actually want to send Carl a message and ask him if he had any issues with OpenGL in his game. I kind of have a hunch that like maybe it's fine. Who knows? Let's see. Whoops. Clutch. Wait, that's a pro feature cut. Fuck out of here. ChatGPT it is, baby. Are there any issues at scale with Raylib? Shipping to. Keep it nice and broad. Let's see if there's any OpenGL driver issues. Is low level. Caution, it's low level. Warning. Audio, we don't care. We'll be using fmod. Full screen mode. This is fine. Linux distribution complexity, who cares? Just don't ship on native Linux. Defaults to OpenGL 3.3, which may limit access to newer graphics features like compute shaders. Utilizing strategies may require modifying Raylib. That's okay. I mean, it seems... I don't know. I want to talk to someone who's like chipped Raylib. Are there any OpenGL specific driver problems people complain about, or most bugs kinda just ironed out in Raylib? Ready. Common issues. Okay. Real application of VirtualBox. Who cares? Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Could be fine though. Any good game shipped with Raylib? That's Carl's game. I don't know any others though. I don't know any others. Give me a list of Steam games. There are no widely recognized games. Well, first time for anything. What's this though? Bussin'? I'd tell if you're nefarious or incompetent at this point. Been following you for years. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I'd say a bit of both. Okay, let's I'm gonna chuck that into RL, and we'll just fucking rip it, dude. We'll just rip it, man. Oh. Kind of sad that it's still just bindings. That's all right, man. That's all right. I wonder if we could look at Raylib source anywhere. Probably have to clone it. We have to clone her in. That'll be fine. Let me see if there's like any actual good tutorials for Raylib. I'm sure there is. Samples, games. Kind of depressing, but right. We'll fix that. Examples. Yeah, just a bunch of examples. Okay. Well, this is what we need, baby. Fuck. Yeah, no, this is good. Funny mark. Oh yeah. Yeah. I wonder how we can do fixed frame rate with Raylib. That might be a little rough. It might be hard to do fixed update. Actually, no. It'll be fine. It'll be the same as usual. I think. We'll see. We'll see. But the fact that this just kind of off rip works is really cool to me. Protocol is launched and a buffer starts being filled again. Draw texture. Yeah, so you just hit that draw, call it a day with love. Yeah, that is sweet. There's 15,000 bunnies on screen right now. And my eye... How high can we go? This is on web as well, so this isn't native performance. We're down to 50 FPS right now. We got 40, 43, 45, 50,000 bunnies being rendered on screen right now. That's a little bit bonkers. That's a little bit bonkers, man. I fuck with that. Textured curve. Interesting. Or with that Allegard font. Yes, sir. Dude, Allegard's tight. I think we used it in Demon Knives. And maybe Arcana. Huge. Textured curve, eh? Let's see. Update. Roll. Roll textured curve. Or textured spline cubic bezier. Of segments. Oh, okay. This is a pretty cool example. Draw the segment as a quad. Set texture and then begin. And then we just do some stuff. There's some like OpenGL style. Just doing shit, you know? That's cool. Yeah, this is really nice. I actually kind of fuck with this. Like, it seems like a nice intro to like lower level rendering, I guess. Without like just ripping it with like DirectX and wanting to kind of die. I'm like really hoping that this just works well at scale and like there isn't really any driver issues. And you can kind of just get away with it. Even if like 1% of players, so like 1 in 100 people who buy the game run into a driver issue and have to refund. That's like kind of fine, you know? Maybe. Like that seems all right. If it was 10%, that would be maybe a problemo. But yeah, I mean, I guess you just have to like literally just look at the error rate at scale and make a decision. Because like when you get like a issue like submitted of like someone being like, hey, this isn't working for me. It feels like it's a massive problem and like everyone is hitting this issue, but in reality it's only just like one dude. So I don't know. Because the thing to optimize for here is just like speed and just like getting something done. And if that's the like the trade-off there is like 1 in 100 people can't play the game, then like maybe it's fine. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I'm just spitballing. Yeah, this is fucking dope, dude. Holy shit. Draw texture. Text drawn in render texture. This is very fucking cool. Having render textures just kind of there and having such like a nice way of doing a little bit more custom rendering is huge, dude. Being able to just fuck with the shaders is kind of king. Like you can fuck with the shaders without having to actually understand how to render everything from scratch. This, I think, is probably like the main benefit of Raylib. I think this is why it's king. So we'll see. Anyway, enough talking, enough yapping. Let's just get stuck into it, shall we? Let's go. Set target FPS 60. Yeah, I mean, well that sets like the main target, right? So yeah, set whatever target you want for the rendering and then update at a fixed rate and it'll be fine. We'll see. A Raylib cheat sheet. Oh, this is sick. I like this. Thank you. Me likey. Oh, this is a shapes module. Dude, the fact that like that's just this right here, so good. I should have started using Raylib a long time ago. See, I think there's also like a Raylib E3D11 or something. Someone like whacked together. There's a discussion on it. DirectX 12 backend for Raylib. Answer, no. Oh, no, someone did do it? Cool. So adding it to Raylib is possible to turn it back into OpenGL. This would literally make Raylib like the king. Just having a DirectX backend, even like D3D11, dude, like doesn't have to be DX12. Just that would make me come. I'm sure people are working on it. What is UWP? Me don't know. Raylib. Wait a minute. Ribes. Lost you. iPhone backend version supported. STL3. Wait. Is this already solved, dude? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. World scale, tons of users. Yeah. I mean, like, you have a Steam game, you have 1,000 people play it. What percentage of those people are going to not be able to play the game because of OpenGL? The dark spot on your finger? It's a. I whacked my hand really hard on the desk the other day. Now, I'm forever cursed with a big fat bruise. It kind of sucks getting bruises on your nails because, like, you have to wait for the entire nail to grow for the bruise to, like, be gone. So I'm just on that grind right now, you know. All right. I'm gonna get stickety stuck into it, shall we? Let's do it. Oinky doinky. Init window. C string. Saga. Classic. Window should close. Yeah, this is really sick. And we got a nice clear color. What is a color? What do we got? Oh, just U8s. Okay. Rectangle top left corner. Kind of hate that that's top left, but that's fine. Width and height. Yeah, I'm more of like a min-max kind of guy, but maybe width and height would be better. I wonder if there's any like basic shape overlapping stuff. Probably is. Who knows? But let's get some color going. My color, I mean complete lack of color. Yeah, that's a little bit silly that it took 10 seconds to get a window. That's kind of a little bit silly. I love Raylib. Alright, so how do I draw a little sprite? Yeah, there's just so much stuff in here, dude. Like scissors, textures. Oh man. Check collisions. So there is collisions. Nice. Collision boxes. What? Bounding box. What do we got here? Oh, we got that min-max, baby. Let's go. So the rectangle is just like, it's top left, plus it's got the size, because that's kind of what you want for drawing. I like that. All right, take everything back. You likey. Yeah, the fact that there's inbuilt like basic collision is kind of goated. I'm a little bit goated. All right, I'm gonna figure out how I can get a texture going. Kyle probably just has something in there that he did. Look at that. Low texture, real texture, and that's kind of it. Wow. Texture, pause. Vector. Extended parameters. For texture defined by a rectangle. That's what we're after. Pro. Source, destination, origin, rotation. Okay. Do a I'm guessing we just draw a texture 2D, pause, it'll just infer the size from the texture. Kind of rip that. Okay, let's get some texture stuff going. So I'm gonna pull in Artifact player. Why not? Actually, no, he's an animation. I mean, I could just export him as non-animation. That would work. That'd be cool. This is a rectangle in the texture. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was a little bit confused for a second. That's cool. Any 3D games are made with no engine, or is it mostly 2D? Mostly, I would say there's probably, I don't even know, dude. At indie scale, there'd be more 2D games than 3D. I would say that would be a guess because it's just easier, so it makes sense. RL.black. Oh, true. Yeah, I could just. Raylib adding STL as a backend makes it easier to support other backends. Yeah. So could you literally just use STL as a backend now? And then you could target whatever STL targets? Helpful view command textures in one image. Yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. That's probably the first thing I'll do. Is just make a little Atlas generator. Because it's kind of step one, I think. Loading a bunch of textures into one thing. 480 by 270. Then I'm going to pick like a nice little maybe I'll choose green. What to do? Blue? Might be contrasty enough. But we just do this. Fine. Okay. So let's get a little dude going. Let's get a little dude going. I don't even know what I'm doing. What am I trying to draw? Big shot. I'm just gonna copy paste the Terrafactor dude. Yeah, little guy. And get him running around in a void that looks kind of good. I think that's what I want to do. Get like a nice shadow. It's more. Yeah, the void is a little bit too dark, but it's all right. Asset. Scratch 1. Alright, I need to change this background a bit. More contrast. You could do like a red. That's like a nice color. Maybe a blue, green. Yeah, I like that red. Maybe the blue, actually. Yeah, this one. This one right here. That's nice. Now, half of like... I don't know, like... There's something to be said about like making something look good and like it's an actual game and not just like a bunch of tech template shit kind of thrown together. Because like you want to like inspire as well, you know? Like, oh wow, this is cool. I can make something good with this, you know? I'd also like to do like a grid. I'll probably do that in Raylib. We'll just draw a bunch of lines. Just to ground everything. But yeah. This is gonna be such a fat template. I'm ready, dude. This is gonna be good. So shadow. Shadow medium. All right, we're off to the races. So I got a bunch of assets. Player, Bill. That's just the background. I'll lock that. So I think what do I think? Probably, yeah, some kind of basic entity structure and like asset importing stuff, I think. Yeah, let's see. So I want like a nice export script. I have this, which I'll probably just red dot dot is export, animation export. I'm gonna get rid of this. If right tags greater than 0 through animation. So this should work. I think. Could be good. I'm gonna throw that in our hot source in the asset workbench. And I think I don't know what I think. I need to change the script. Just in that. Yeah, so this guy should be able to just get run and export. We shall see. res images, and there we go. So that's like a nice little export script as well. And just run, and it'll take the name. Apparently select. Do a little something something. Okay. I should probably document that a little bit. You can do like a multi-line comment in law like this. Was that legal? Dot dot and then bracket. Dash dash bracket bracket. This is an export script for a sprite. It takes the currently selected layer and export into res layer. There we go. All man needs. Now we got exporting done. We got those two. Should have them in the res folder now. So we can go a little bit ham on this. I think do one of two things. Could look through everything in the images and like generate an atlas from it in a build step, which might be a little annoying. Might be overkill. So I'm thinking just enum, rip it, you know. One sec. Alrighty, I'll be back in a jiff. ERB. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. What up, fam? Oh, yeah. Chat stream is over. Just jumped in my seat. Sorry, man. Sorry, but I'm also not sorry. You know, wish I had a camera reaction to that. Going on, fellas. What we doing? Ordered directly from a sprite Jason. That might be pretty cool. That would be like overkill though, I think. I don't want to figure out that workflow. That would kind of suck. I also think a build set would be overkill. So. All right, I'm gonna get stuck into it. So, this is of course going to be split up into some nice, neat files for everyone. In our game, I have this. I don't know how I feel about this. Kinda like this. Not like it really matters. But still, what else? Better, medium. This just matches right. There we go. So, I think, I don't know. Probably just throw it in the global scope, honestly. Like this. D. Load texture. Yeah, just load the texture 2D. Okay. Based on sprite ID, I think. think you could get away with that. Wait, no. This is wrong. This isn't what we want. The sprite is really just gonna be like source into rect pointer to I don't like that. Even just call this like right data. And then anything else. Maybe animation count. Not sure. I've kind of gotten away with having all my animations assume that they just have like the same dimensions for every single frame. It's just a big long strip. I think I'll do that still. Like I've literally never had a reason to not do that across like the 3 games I've worked on so far. Like sometimes it's like, yeah, I wish I kind of had this, but I always just don't need it. So ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Generate texture Alice. So what's the thing here? Look through all sprites, check, try match for PNG on disk. Create load PNG stuff too big. Really? I think that's kind of I'd also leave this as a to-do later on. Actually, no, I can't. Kind of baked into the structure thing. You want just a big fat text. So okay, we ball. We ball, dude. How do I create a texture? I guess I can look at the old cheat sheet. Our textures. Some load image raw. I guess, yeah, we just load images and then we have an image and we use that, kind of mash it all into one. There's probably a maybe a texture atlas example in here. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if we can search this properly. No, you can't. Nice. Assume that there isn't an example. I think I might just rip it. I just rip it. Rip and ship. Basic PBR? Wow. That's pretty based. That's some pretty base, physically based render. I'm not gonna touch any of the sound stuff because use Fmod. But all right, so I don't have an answer, but I'm just gonna, we'll see. Load texture from image. Yes. So I want to be able to make an image. Image from image. Yeah. Something like this. There'll be something in here. An image pearl and noise, pretty cool. Yeah, there'll be enough in here. I am trying Raylib today. I'm making a nice little template for getting started with game dev in 2025 because there's no real good ones out there. No, I'm not porting Perfect to Raylib. No, I'm not restarting again. Just Want a bit of teaching work. I thought no OpenGL. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it just won't be an issue. Like worst case, from what I read, you can use angle. I don't know. Ego removed. There was something in the releases about just using SDL. I think you can probably short circuit. Join the Discord. That would be a good idea. Welcome to Raylib. Yeah. Raylib general. Object. Oh. Design. Nothing for weeks. We don't do that here. Good bindings. Nope. All right. Well. What else? Raylib architecture. Resource packaging file format. I wonder if it implements. Just bashing stuff into an image. To an Alice. Maybe. Probably not. Do a we'll do a little search. Alice. Anyone's got any ideas? Tex Packer. Oh yeah, baby. This seems cool. That's like a paid tool. Nice. Oh shit. God damn. This is fucked, bro. What? Jesus Christ. This is awesome. Let's command line support. Yep. I'm thinking we could probably just rip this and it would be fine. See. Like maybe just like throwing it through the executable. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? Portable self-contained file. Line support for batch sprites and font packing. It would be cool to just do this at build time. So maybe. Alright, tell you what. Let's just see how it works. And take it from there. Chuck a bit of padding. Awesome. Spacing. Just padding will do. And then let's see. Export Alice. Description format. Whatever this is. Alice image. Okay. Binary, XML, JSON, Word. Really? This may perhaps be a little silly. May perhaps be a little silly. Let's see. See how we go. We got the old Atlas. Chillin', vibing, sucking and fucking. Alice.h. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty fucking sweet, man. This is pretty fucking sweet. What do we got? The name, and then tag, origin, XY, position XY, source width, height. Everything is in here that we need. Or you can even make colliders in here. Holy shit, dude. There's no way. There's no way, bro. jungle. Oh yeah, this looks nice. Dude, I'm buying the shit out of this. This is nuts. This is a little bit silly. How have I never seen this before? I don't really know how to make the collider. I have to look at some tutorials, but you could define collision boxes by hand and it would be pretty cool. By the looks of it, by the looks of the data, it would be a way to define collision boxes. But being able to just literally, problem is like this is a .h file. So that kind of sucks. That was like an Odin export. I would maybe cream a little bit. Yeah, I was using the hot reload template farmer, but then I was like, no, this is probably a little bit too complicated for like beginners, you know. I made 3 games so far without needing hot reloading, so not really necessary. It's nice. I'll probably get in there and figure it out at some point, but Carl is a nice Atlas pack that works with sprite files, including animations and layers. That would be cool. Actually, I think I saw that. Carl Atlas. Alright. That's not quite gonna work. There we go. Generate a texture based on a bunch of other textures. Bigger textures called an out. Okay, cool. Could we just run this on a sprite and rip it? No textures folders for PNGs. A sprite files to make an atlas from those. Okay. An atlas Odin. Oh yeah, no, dude, this is gonna be sweet. This is it, man.
Hello everyone, I'm Carl Zelinsky, and today I thought I'd show you how you can minimize the number of draw calls in your 2D Raylib game. So this game currently running here has some tiles and an animated character, and also has this unique here and text and has this red shape that's also using single goals, single goals, and now what this means in practice is that whenever you want to draw something in the game, you are always using the same texture constantly, but you are looking within a small rectangle of it. So maybe if you want to draw this animation frame, then you look in this rectangle, if you want to draw this letter, then you look in this rectangle, but you keep using the same texture. So for example in this game, the world is made up by lots of small tiles, and those are all drawn using Atlas. We look at this shortly, how I generate this Atlas tiles list, because I generate this kind of list for tiles and for animations and for textures and all that. I have different lists for those. Problem does is that it opens this textures folder and it looks in here. Here you see, here is the bush and the player character, and there's one button over here, and then we also have over here the tile set. So it looks inside this folder and takes those things and puts them into this sort of Atlas texture, and then also records a metadata of where it actually put it, so that you can use that. So the Atlas texture is output here, Atlas.png, but then the metadata is actually used on another Odin file. So I have inside my game folder here, it outputs Atlas.odin, and this Atlas.odin file that it outputs contains all the data of where the textures are in it, where the tiles are in it.
That's pretty freaking sweet. That's pretty freaking sweet, man. Read me in the example folder and show up for the contents. So this repository in a folder. Execute. Lectures folder. And a thing. Be thunged. There's found. Kanoki. Shmeep shmoop. Loopity doop. Let's run it. Okay. I think Misa clone. Feeling a little bit frisky today. Atlas builder. don't know why that's so funny to me. Cool. RIP Raylib texture packer. Long live the king. All Zelensky, Atlas Builder, Odin. Time trial has expired. Okay. This is cool, but this will be more practical. Does this have native support for the tileset system in Aseprite? If it does, I'm probably going to bust a little bit, but I'm not sure that it actually does. We'll see. Yeah, let's run it. Let's run it. Glad I don't have to do this. It'd be great. Atlasbuilder.odin. Yeah, so you just run this. And then live, laugh, love. Oh, let's look at the readme. What's the license like? Get all MIT. This is just the GitHub readme. Ample. Example. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's go time. This is gonna be sick. Setting this up is gonna be huge, dude. Wow. Okay. What's Alice Implements Tiny Game? Yep. Alice PNG is generated. Alice Odin is the thing. Animation. Okay. Built. Build up that this happens. Odin run. Run the stuff in the parent directory. Run the Alice Builder. Alice Builder will look inside the current directory for textures. Textures folder in a font TTF. An Atlas PNG in this. Okay. So we can also just use a TTF font to get this generated, which is really cool as well. Kind of like a 2-for-1 deal. That's going to be great. Text plus Atlas. All in one go. Okay, let me run it. Odin run. Odin run dot. Okay. So it just looks for a textures folder. Maybe. I don't know. Ample. Okay. Kind of crazy that we can just have an A sprite folder. That's gonna be cool. Although it'll be useful for the animations, I think. But I like doing my A sprite all in one big thing. Or maybe not. We'll see. We shall see. All right. I gotta figure out how to do this. Just load it straight into the executable. That's kind of alpha. That's kind of alpha. Runs the Atlas Builder. The Atlas Builder will look inside the current directory for a textures folder and generate that. Okay. So we're trying to run this program, the Atlas Builder. Okay. We just need a textures folder. But I just maybe move this somewhere. I'm trying to think. I need the A sprite. You know? I think I could probably just call run on this. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna make a textures. Oh. And inside here, odin run. Directory. Okay, let's see. Odin run source Atlas Builder. I changed some stuff on disk with STB image. I remember doing something. I've been doing something. We could also just be on the wrong version, and maybe it's broke. Maybe it's broke. Yeah, I might have changed something in Odin, which kind of sucks. That's suspiciously commented out. Suspiciously commented out. Okay, let's see. Did I seriously just change that? I think I did. Yeah. Did what? Is this like just accidental or what? That's a little bit silly. Or so these are just like accidental, just doing shit. Wrong folder, bucko. Yeah. I did this to stop it using libc. So I could get it working Plasm, but in the overall SCB image, I changed this. So I'm just gonna revert this guy, and then that should be. Now we should be good. All right, so that created this. Excellent. Love to see it. Love to see it. Atlas and Alice.Odin. Now, there's absolutely nothing in here. Because, fine. Oh, interesting. Okay. So no font file found and textures basically non-existent. So I'm gonna throw these guys in, and let's say that's the new norm, perhaps. Maybe I also just modify this a little bit and we keep this format because I don't want to break my shit. And we just adjust. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think I'm probably just going to modify this. So I'm going to get rid of like Bit of the noise. The README contain like nice links. What about the license? Does the license have a link to the repo? That's fine. Okay, so I'll leave this in here, and then I guess I'll just modify this, because why not? It's meant to be modified. Textures. There, here we go. Oh man, Al knows what's up. Homie's got this shit unlocked. Images, or res / I think. What I'm after. Package game. All right, this is just gonna call. You know what? I'll probably change main to game. Because why not? Probably better name than main. And it would make the hot real. I know. Padding, sweet. This helps with bleeding when doing sub-pixel camera movements. Hell yeah. I think I'll also throw in a font. I'll yoinky sploinky from Terrafactor. I think I'm just using Allegard. Yeah, good old Allegard, mate. Does the trick. The #1 font. All a man ever really needs. Allegard. Alright, let's run that shit. There we go. Atlas.pung and atlas.odin. Here we go, baby. Yeah. Got some nice glyphs for the fonts. What else? Pung. The Pung is alive and chilling. I don't know about the res images. I think they might have gotten conked. Let's see. No, they're there. They're chilling. They're chilling and vibing. Dude, what a great Alice builder. That's sick. That's goddamn sick. Where's the player though? Where the player at though? See the shadow, but something messed up here. Also, this is not the right res. I guess I had a similar issue. Does Allegard be kind of weird like that? 16. Oops. Wrong file. Weird. 17? I think I had to change it to 17 or something. In memory. Nope. What did the Terrafactor do? Font. Where did I do the fonts? Init fonts 15. Okay. Why not? There we go. Perfect. Now I don't know why the player is ripping honor. He's there. He's chilling right there, dude. I think maybe I just wasn't seeing him, or because it was the wrong size, it was ripping. Oh no, he was always there. He was just hiding. Maybe he's just a sneaky little letter, bro. Dude, that's my favorite letter, right there. I don't know what this is though. Or dot and then dash and then whatever, probably. I had to guess. Let's see. Yeah, just like a apostrophe or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Something. That is, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Or probably, yeah, just like underscore and dash. They just have different offsets or something. I don't know. I don't know, man, but looks good to me. Looks good. This is, or blank? Blank? We blanking? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, with that non-default, maybe. I don't know if it's offsetting right, but who knows? Who knows, dude? Or it might as well also just be like a missing thing from the font, but that's all right. That is absolutely McBussin. I love that. You likey. It was there, yeah, dude. He's just hiding. He's kind of just chilling. I call it single-handedly carrying Odin game dev right now. 100%, bro. He's like just got it on his shoulders, carrying. All right, so now it's trying to now let's do something. Why not use vendor SB rec pack, because I already did it. He did it better. I would basically just be doing that. So may as well just yoinky splinky what he's done. Yes, sir. We have a tile set, texture with tile set prefix. How many tiles of land it is. Okay. I'm not sure if he's using the pre-built sprite tile set stuff. Probably not. It might be manual. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Okay, next step. Next step is IDK, bro. Make the fattest game template the world has ever seen. I don't think the world is ready for this. After this, it's going to be so easy to make a game in Odin that you'll be like, wow, this is easy. And then the plan is, boys, we flood Steam with Odin games. And nobody here ever writes another ECS ever again. And we live in a perfect utopia where everyone's just working on gameplay code. Okay, so this is the generated atlas, and we can just kind of use that. We got texture name, me likey, atlas textures, okay. Yeah, let's push it a little bit. Let's do an animation real quick. So I think this might be a little bit confusing because we're like going to be using two workflows. One is just exporting manual stuff. Two is we'll have animations in here, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let me just try and do like a little player animation. Actually, I can copy the player animation from the old tear effect. Yep. Player. So if I just chuck that in there, are we going to be cooking? Can we just run the builder again? We do have frames, which is cool. It's packed them into frames, and then we should have like a yeah, animation. Idle run death. Just works. Okay. That's cool. Animations. Idle first frame is equal to this. Last frame is equal to this. Loop direction. Oh, no way. Yeah, it is straight up just works. I know. Does it correctly ignore layers? Let's see. What did this actually generate? Yeah, look at that. It just kind of... Dude, it packed it tight. It packed it tight, bro. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wee, wow. Wow, wooey. If I do that, and we get a little silly with it. Okay, so my intent is preserved. That's really cool. I like that. Wait, this looks weird. What happened there? I don't know. Something weird. Something a little bit funky, mate. Yeah, I don't think it's merging the layers together, but it should be fine. Like, I'm never really gonna want to do that. But that is cool to see that works. I think this is epic. I think this is pretty lit and epic, honestly. I don't think it takes in the frame duration though. Because that might That might maybe suck. We can try. Super fast flash, man. Also, let me put this in the build script because that's pretty cool. Nope, this is Terrafactal. We don't want that. So first up, Odin run Atlas Builder. That's sick. Wait, how does the run happen without generating an executable? Oh, it does. Atlas Builder. That's fine. I wish you could, like, run something without it generating an executable. Like, I mean, you could just delete it afterwards, but I can't really do that on Windows. It would be cool if you could, though. It could be cool if we could delete the exe itself from here. This is bussin'. It's the most bussin' thing I've seen all day. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. Okay. Well, so that's I guess 2 different ways of doing shit. And now we can just kind of use this. Just gets packed in the old Atlas. And then we throw it in the executable. And it'll be GG. Yeah. Compile time's still pretty good. We just generate the Atlas every time. It's fine. Fine by me, dude. Fine by me. We're chilling. Okay, well, back to figuring out how to use this now, because that's fucking sick. Now we have to split up the animations and the textures, but that's fine, I think. That's fine. Loop direction forward, repeat 0. So, I think we could probably get away with what's happening? Yeah. Meep schmoop. Meep schmoop. Okay. So let's rip it. Let's rip it and ship it. Yeah, I'm just gonna literally, it's just load atlas.png now. Or we could load it directly into the executable with with the hash load, right? Almost Sovereign Gallery has a handle map, especially entity megastruct thing. Interesting. I'd be curious to see what it looks like. I'm probably just gonna write my own though, because it's pretty simple. What's the thing called? You have a link? I know YouTube links are kind of sus. But if you just give me something to search for on Google, I can do that. All right. Load texture. Actually, there's the example, right? Just use that. Oh, there's a tile set cave in here. Let me look at that. See what it's actually using. No, it's just a hand-drawn tile set. Yeah, trying to like do the sprite tile set thing would probably suck. Unless the sprite parser in here does something like that. Yeah, let me go through the example. Let's see, this guy. So, just loads the Atlas data in, which is sick. The Atlas is loaded in main. Atlas equal load texture from image, from memory, unload image. Guess we can unload once we actually get the texture. That just puts it on the GPU, I guess. Cool. Yeah, I'm a yonky splunky. Oop. Actually, I'll do this. I don't know where I'll do this. Source Atlas PNG cannot be found. Do a little beep beep. Cooking. That's the data. We can rip it with that. Oh, Raylib's got a nice little vec too. What we got? Yeah, just basic. Cool. Rectangle. So, oh my god, this is so cool. I fucking love this. I'm so happy right now. Just, this is so great. There's so much shit in here that you can just completely ignore. Like, sorry, there's so much shit that you otherwise would have had to do from scratch that you can just completely ignore. Like just calling, like, what was it? Raylib is key down. That's just, it's so good, man. So fucking good. All right, let's do it. Init window. Do all this epic stuff. That target FPS. Set that to really whatever the refresh rate is. So I'm gonna hard code it to like, I think mine's 240. 180. Wait, there is a duration? Oh, but it's on the frame. Oh, awesome. That's sweet. That's pretty sweet. This is so good. Yeah. All right. This is pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Let's see. Load image from memory. PNG. Raw data. Extra and then oink. Yoinky spelunky. Word Atlas font. Okay. Manually constructed and made from the font info and app. Cool. Let's take a peeps. Use the letters in the atlas to create a Raylib font. Since the font is in the atlas, it can be drawn in the same draw call. The graphic. Yes. Mm-hmm. Makes a bunch of glyphs and stuff and then mashes it into a font data that we can use with. Yeah, that's cool. Like that. That's pretty sweet. Okay. So, I mean, this should... Not finding our thing, so... because it's, output. Yeah. Let me check that. I would guess into Atlas Builder. NG path can stay there, but the tag needs to go on this. Oh, that is great. Love it. Beautiful. Okay. So now the font can also be loaded like this. Load Atlas and data. And yeah, then we're kind of off to the races. Kind of it. They copied from sweet. Now we can do a little bit of drawing. good. Sick. All right, I'm gonna see how easy it is to draw some stuff now. Set the shapes drawing texture. Use the draw rectangle text. Better use. Oh. Generate a square in the outlets you can use with set shapes texture. Make Raylib shapes, such as to draw rectangle. Use the atlas. Okay. Get that temp allocator stuff going. Update, draw, and then once we exit, we unload, delete, and close. Well, we don't really need to do this, right? But maybe we should. I don't know. Oh, we need the close window. Probably wouldn't hurt. Actually, if I don't do that, it probably just won't even. No, it still works. Window. No idea. Okay. Yeah, let's a little bit of drawing, shall we? Update. Cool. Draw. I'm down a clown. Begin drawing, clear background. Then it does some stuff. Research the UI camera. Yep, separate draw call. Different space. Good. Camera 2D. Offset, target. Target, rotation, zoom, origin. Oh, okay. Offset displacement from the thing. Okay. Nick. I wonder if it's got any inbuilt camera shake stuff. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of litty. Dare I say. No. Crap. Man can dream. I don't really see be very easy to do. Random values. Oh yeah, baby. Wow. This is gonna be fun. Dude, I'm having so much fun right now. I love learning new stuff. Especially when it can like benefit me, you know? Like help me be a better developer. Like I'm just there's so much stuff in here that's like completely making some of the stuff that I've done in the past irrelevant. Which is always fun. Alright, so I'm going to put this into a draw. And probably just yonky sploinky. This is a really nice setup for a game. Color BG. I'm guessing that's just like... Yeah. $60, $90, $139, $60, $94, $139, $60, $94, $139, $60, $94. Cool. Pixel window height. That's an interesting one. 180. Ah, okay. I see. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I like it. I do 480 by 270. A little bit high res. What else we got? Player pause. Leave that at 0. Screen width, screen height. Yep, cool. In game camera, raw player. Remove that. We can draw maybe like a... I don't even know. But player still, why not? Draw tile. Really need to do this? Probably eat that, but I'm interested. I'm gonna say like a good FPS. God damn, look at that. Clean. Yeah, I kind of need, maybe don't need the tile set feature. Not sure. We'll see. guys ready? That is pretty freaking sweet. Wow. Time to set up and like first player draw and text draw was like 3 hours. That's insanely quick. For reference, in Circle, it was probably around like 3 days to get to this point, just because it's a bit lower level, right? So you got to do like the rendering yourself and everything, which is fine, but I just don't need to do that. It just wait. Meep swoop. That's pretty cool. So now I guess the next question is how do we turn this into a game, you know? Question on everyone's mind. How do we make game from this? Well, just keep adding a couple more things and then we'll be good to go. I'm gonna add in, I'm gonna do, tell you what I'm gonna do. For my next act, Act 2, I'm gonna take the, what am I after? Email I sent out yesterday on the entity structure, and I'm gonna port over what I wrote in here and make it a nice little easy copy paste template that you can yoink to get set up with entities. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Then from there, I will be able to do play moving around with a bit of physics. Yeah, like camera follow. Yeah, just a bunch more stuff. Much more epic stuff. I think I also might do the fixed frame rate or the fixed update. So we update at like 30 hertz, 30 FPS, and then we render it whatever. Because it does actually simplify gameplay code a bit if you assume a fixed tick. I didn't do it in Terrafactor to start off with because I was like, I'll just let's just get something going. Who cares? But I actually do think it is good to just try and separate that update and render and get the update fixed. I think it's important enough to figure out from the get-go. So I think that's the plan right now. I think that is le plan. Subsidious, making templates, yeah. Really, I thought you should rewrite the again in Love 2D. Yeah. Yeah. Why FPS so low? No, I got it capped at 240. Capped at 240. Handle map vid on YouTube. Handle based maps. Newest vid. Oh, okay. Handle. Is it just a handle in a map? Let's see. Handle-based map in Odin. 3 specific variants of a handle-based map. What sets them apart? I'm down, dude. Maps a handle, index plus generation to an item. Handle can be used as a pointer reference to the items in the map. In other words, handle can be used you would normally store pointer or index. Yes. So this is just going over hand. He's got a data structure for it, which is interesting. I'm keen to see what it's like. Wrapping a fixed array with some bookkeeping. That's what the handle map static does. Okay. Type ID, handle type ID, and then account. Tell me element at 0. Yep. Gotta get that at 0. IDX 0 means no handle. Actually have intake 1 items available. Yep. How much of items that is in use? The index of the first unused element items. Yep. So this is basically just taking, yeah, this is literally just what I do by hand in Terrafactor for entities, but putting it into a data structure, which is, I like this idea. I really like this idea. Because then you can basically, yeah, wow, no, this is fucking cool, dude. This is really cool. There's been so many times where I'm like, I want like something that I can create and destroy, but I'm too lazy to like make a system around creating and destroying it and like do the handles and everything. But like if you abstract this into a data structure, which you can do with Odin, because you can just, you know, have nice little template-y stuff like this without it hitting the bed. Then yeah, you could just use a handle map anywhere. That is really cool. I love this. That is pretty sweet. Wow. Me likey. So cool. Yeah, this is awesome. Specify how many things you want up front can be a good and a bad thing. You must think about worst case scenario, but in some cases it's hard to know how the user. Okay. Go. Simple. One is a stable. Ons. Yep. Fine. Can't grow. Figuring out worst case scenario. Size can be tricky in some cases. Easily blow up the stack since the handle maps trunking are very large. Okay. All right, variant 2. Let's do it. Maximum size when working with this one. Looks like so. Just a dynamic array. Okay. And there's an arena behind it. Cool. This is nice. I like this as well. There's an alias for the virtual and package. We can use a very big max number of items here. Yeah. Because it doesn't actually reserve it. It's using an arena. That's cool. That doesn't consume a bunch of stuff and it'll grow to the size that the player actually needs. So yeah, you can just crank the shit out of this and kind of set and forget. It still has an upper bound, but it's fine. Just set it to like a couple gigs or something. Grow without moving in memory. It's good for keeping pointers stable. Oh shit. That's actually a good point. Dynamic array can grow. The amount of memory reserved in the arena can never grow. Mm-hmm. Start of the dynamic array will not move when the dynamic array grows. Point is stable. This is really cool. That's an awesome feature. That like adding more stuff in, it'll just kind of keep it stable. That's awesome. They don't have to worry about that shit breaking. Yeah, that is sweet, dude. That is fucking sweet. We had this problem in Demon Knives because we had a dynamic array of entities, I think. And we had to do some weird fucky shit to get around the resize. And we had like a bug at one point. Which was a bit rough. But yeah, just putting an arena underneath it just solves that. Because you can keep the... You can grow it without changing the pointer. That's awesome. Read more about how combining arenas and dynamic arrays can be both good and bad. I wonder why bad. Take some cool things to do with arena allocators. Dude, Homie's got some fucking sauce. This is tight. This is April. Yeah, it's like a month ago. Awesome. Me likey. I want to read that. Me likey. Pros. Awesome. Not very complicated. Points are stable. Cons. Can't use it on web. Who cares? You can specify you must specify an upper estimate of size, although it can be exaggerated. Right. There's no cons. There is no cons for me. I'm going to use this variant, I think. That's going to be sweet. And then we got another one, which is dynamic array, arena, some stuff. What are the pros and cons? When it's stable, works on web, simple to use, no need to specify maximum size, complicated implementation, harder to understand, point and direction for each item. Okay. Yeah, I would go variant 2 as well. Need a web support, you can just use 1 or use 3. So 3, Big Daddy if you need it. 2, excellent bang for buck. 2 is really good. This is a fucking amazing ideal. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Good spot, dude. That's awesome. I'm curious to see how we did number 3 though. Growing. No upper estimate for size. At this point, I just don't care about web. Just like, hey, too complicated, no real gain. Ship to Steam, call it a day, I say. Virtual growing arena. Blocks of memory. Current block is full, eventually reserves a new one. Okay. Dynamically allocate each item into it. Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay, so it's just using an arena, but you're like allocating stuff into it. As described in my post on arenas and dynamic arrays, items you allocate like this will end up one next to each other since the arena just grows linearly. Yep. So it'll be fine because it's well packed. Means that the array items just contains a bunch of pointers into the arena's memory. Items is not and should not be allocated into the arena. We'll use the default allocator. Put it into arena, then it would waste memory due to leaving all data behind the loopy doopy doopy doop. Okay. To make this very universally usable, works on webs, but WASM does not support virtual memory. It uses a dynamic arena instead. Okay. Default block of whatever that is. Increase in steps by that amount. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Wait. Yeah, no, that's cool. Pointers is stable. In the pros list on all three variants, that's because I want to talk a little bit extra about that here. The pointers I refer to are the ones you get when you do this. Okay. You get returns a pointer. Some implementations, handle-based maps. That will make the pointers become invalid if the dynamic array grows. Yes. Pointer E, add, and then that breaks. Okay. Yeah, this shit can lead to like really bad bugs. It sucks. But yeah. Good that it's solved. And then I get a point to E based on a handle, then I add a new item to the handle based map. And I use whatever E points to. Hold up. Let me think about this. Get a point at E based on a handle. Then I add a new item to the handle base map. And I use whatever E points to. Get entities, some handle, add entities. Okay. Always work fine with the three variants I present in this post. Awesome. Handle based map, use the dynamic array without any of the arena tricks. Then E might point to deallocated memory if the add causes that dynamic array to grow. Right. You may say this seems silly. Isn't the point of the handle based map that you should try to keep things as handles for as long as possible and only resolve the points at the last moment? No. I could see how someone would say that though, but yeah. When you program and shit happens, man. Sometimes you just want to hold on to pointers. And you don't want to think about it. When you try to ship a product, you'll start adding polish. Polish might mean adding things to handle-based maps at convenient places in code. Yeah. And will sometimes make a handle-made bass grows. Oh, okay, use pointers. Yeah, it's basically just reduce your surface area of errors happening by doing this, which is great. One sec, BRB. Howdy, partner. Uncap FPS. That's actually a pretty good idea, yeah. Doorbell Pro, what up? Just send a blank message. Let me uncap that shit. Set it to 0, little uncap, maybe. That'd be my guess. Look at that. We're at 4,000 frames per second. You ever seen so many frames before, dude? Bonkers. God damn. I'd be curious to see if I port power factor 1:1, what the performance boost would look like. It would probably be pretty fat. NGL would probably be a little fat, I'll say. Just because I'm shit at graphics programming. I wonder how I can like add data to like vertices and stuff. I wonder if I can. How do I add some little extra sauce down into the shader? Let's see. This looks cool. This is actually like what I want to do in Terra Factor. With some shading. Oh, that's interesting. Dude, it's so cool that you can just like immediate mode kind of draw shit to render textures. That's kind of really cool. I love that. Yeah, I mean, you might not be able to adjust vertices and add stuff. I don't really know if I'd ever need to do that. Let me like check Terra Factor. I think sometimes like I just want to identify what sprite I'm drawing in the shader somehow. So I don't really know how you'd go about doing that, but I'm sure there's a way. Worst case scenario, you just re-render to like a different texture buffer and like process it differently. So like you mask it out somehow. That's actually probably the better way of doing things than like passing down data into through the vertices like a fucking brain dead caveman. Now that I think about it. I could probably get away with not ever needing to do that. Now that I think about it. What is Raylib? Library by Ray. It is a lib by Ray. Come on, bro. Get with the program. By default, draw 2D mode has no depth buffer, so no Z index. Add Z index. You'd use draw 3D mode and do some custom shader stuff. Yeah. We'll see. I don't know what I need, but we shall see. Yeah. At this point, you know, I'm actually just tempted to pull a Terrafactor over to Raylib. In texture mode, random texture target lets you random texture you control later. Yeah. Anyway, let's do some stuff. Dude, the world is our oyster. God damn. I'm gonna make a entity system, and I'm going to yoink what Carl did with the handle maps, because this is fucking awesome. Wow. Really cool. Really useful data structure. So I'm going to copy. Let's clone the whole thing. Fuck it, we ball, dude. Thank you, Carl. Handle map. So most of the static virtual. Handle map a virtual. IDX. This is a RAM flurry moment video. Really well documented. Very cool. I would almost consider just not even putting this in a sub module, like a package. Maybe just copy pasting it straight into main. No. Don't know. We'll see. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I can just alias if I need to. I keep forgetting that that's the solution to the whole package problem. It's just alias if you want it shorthand. This is really good. Okay, I'm gonna grab some dinner and be back in a jiffy whiff. Odin and Raylib are a match made in heaven. Yeah, match made in programming heaven. Raylib, by the way, easy to work with. Yeah, easy to work with. You don't have to learn graphics programming. Great. Odin slot map, maybe. Depends how slot map works, but I'm not sure. This has got an arena under the hood, so it'll be stable when you add stuff to it and then resize. Yeah, this is like just perfect design, like literally perfect. I'm kind of just nutting right now. Have like a game state file, like a state. Oh, I'll put it in main for now. All items must contain handle. Interesting. So, guessing, yeah, we just got one of these. Let's see. Add handle map BT. Yeah, okay, cool. This is awesome. Pretty sweet. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, boys. That's fucked. GG. GG, well played. Oh, now you send it. Now you send it. Piece of shit. Yo. How's Raylib so far compared to Circle? Really good. Like, really fucking good. I understand. There we go. Switch to Raylib? No. I might, but we'll see. I'm just writing a nice template. You stance, what up? Hot reload template from Carl, yeah, pretty good. I'm not gonna use it though, because I think hot reloading kind of complicates things a bit too much. Let's see, read the chat. No. Also on YouTube? Yeah. Very both. You like ECS? What builds are kind of required for game jams these days? Yeah. I mean, if you're doing a game jam, then doing a web build is kind of cool. Like some kind of like quick and dirty demo that you want you want like to test, just easily throw at people, see what they think. But for like a commercial game, you kind of just don't need a web build. You can just ship to Steam and call it a day, you know? Like, I don't think there's really a benefit to having a web demo. Coming from a man who spent maybe like a month making a web demo. Kind of useless in hindsight. Alright, I'm gonna be coughing a lot. Let's go back from dinner. And that's what I like to do, apparently. Love the idea of using web as your primary platform. Yeah, it's a great idea on paper. Practice, I just want to die. I don't know. It would be interesting though. Like, just web is it is an interesting idea, right? It's just like, why, you know? You gotta have a good reason to do it. I just kind of don't, so. Planning on supporting the Steam Deck? Yeah. I think it's kind of mandatory. Relatively easy, I think. In Demon Knives, we kind of fucked up and didn't use Steam input. I think if you just use Steam input, you kind of just get it and just add basic control support, and like, now you're done. That's Steam Deck, done and dusted. Just gotta make sure it runs on Proton, right? Yeah. Why no one's still fully cross-platform? Why not? Well, it's obvious. The web sucks donkey balls. Yeah, there you go. It sucks donkey balls. So, like, you need like a clear, like, all right, I'm gonna do it for this reason. Hard to monetize games running on Steam. Yeah, like just the infrastructure of like setting up Stripe and everything. You just become a web developer. You literally become a web developer. And being a web dev sucks. It saps the life out of you. I don't know. There were definitely times when I enjoyed it. Build HTML5 if you use C#. Isn't GD script just better though? That's what I heard. And from my limited experience using it. Why not use 3JS? You're gonna be web dev anyway. Yeah. Sense. Rather write in C or Odin learn to set up WASM than write a single line of JS. That shit is awful. Alright, well, do that. I had the exact same thought. Turns out, you still have to write a lot of JS. Kinda. I mean, obviously you don't have to make the whole game in JS. Kinda good. Still gotta get freaky with it. Kinda sucks. All right, enough talk about web and JavaScript. The nightmare is now over, and we're back to the Holy Land, the Promised Land. Entities. We'd call them ents, perhaps. Handle map of type entity. Handle, entity, handle. Max. Number of items that I can store. We can make a very big value. 69, 69, 69, 69. That's a lot. I think I'll probably ease up on the 6 9s. We got what? What even is that? That's 69 million. Do you think that'll be enough entities? What do you guys think? We'll see. We'll see. What is this? Alright, I was in the middle making a new file. Okay. Entity.odin. Go. This will be a nice little copy paster. It's actually going to be way simpler now that I'm just using Carl's handle map. So that's cool. That's really cool. You likey. I might just actually delete all the other handle maps, because why not? Just to simplify this a little bit. Yeah, I don't see why not. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. This guy. Gonna delete all of these guys. And we will get rid of all the git stuff. Rid of like probably the license and the readme, I guess. I'm just gonna put in like a custom little readme. Taken from EY call. Examples, static virtual, func. And that is all. That's all, folks. This example back out here. Oh yeah, nice and clean. Using the static virtual. Wait. Yeah, static virtual. Handle map static virtual. And we'll have a nice little read more link, which is okay. So that encapsulates that nicely, and now just kind of import handle map, I think. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Why did you drop Circle? I didn't tune in for a month.
He just does weird shit like that all the time. He randomly changes infrastructure instead of making a good game.
So we're not actually changing the game. We are making a template for other people to use because Raylib is great. Awake was all just a dream. Yep. Alright. So let's see how it goes. Oh, Tekker uses Clay UI. Yeah, I could probably give that a shot. I haven't touched it, but seems good. No idea. Rain, can you explain the handle thing? It's safer to return entity handles rather than pointers or indices. Okay, really good question. So you can imagine, pretend we're just making a game here, right? You make entity. Okay. And now that's the pointer. How do you serialize that to disk? Wow. I can't just like dump out the pointer, right? So putting it into a handle, where a handle just kind of is this guy. An index into the array and a generation. Now you need the generation. So let's say you delete this entity. Okay. And then you make a new entity. These two things could probably, if you delete it straight away and then make it again, it's gonna occupy the exact same pointer. Like these pointers are gonna be the exact same. So you also need a generation of like, yo fam, what gen are we? And so now when you dereference a handle, which will be like get, I guess. Yeah. Resolve a handle to a pointer. It checks if the handle that you've got, first it just like indexes in there to see what's in here, right? And then it checks if the item handle is equal to the current handle that you have. So it just basically checks the generation. Be like, yo, is this like actually the same thing? Or did we just like delete and create something real? That's the gist of it. So it stops weird bugs from happening. So you need it. You need it anytime you're like, really, you want to handle when you're going across the frame boundary. Like, yeah. That's kind of how I think about it. Whenever I'm kind of storing something long term, especially anything across the frame boundary where like it could potentially just get deleted, that's when you want to just do a handle instead of an actual pointer. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's the skinny of it. Alright, well, this guy needs a handle on him. So. Epic. Now, I don't think this can be distinct, though. Whatever the keyword for this is. And I don't think it can be used with the thingy thing. Could be wrong. Oh no, I think you can distinct it. Right, because it just looks at like when you get handle.idx, handle.thing, item.handle equal to handle. Right, these will be the same type because it'll come in through here. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, we can distinct this. That way, when I make like another handle in the future, like a sprite handle, these two won't. You got type errors. Use them badly. Can't mix and match. It's too cringe. Okay. Well. Get to it. Let's start in here. Generation distinguishing. Yeah. Yeah, so a couple benefits. You can serialize them, solve bugs, gets you laid, you know, many things. Okay, what am I trying to do? I think I can close out this example now, actually. I think it's kind of Jova. We can get to it. What am I trying to do right now? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Handle map example. Oh, it relies on having the static virtual. Oh, wait. This example is trying to compile. Why the fuck are you trying to compile, bro? What? Why is this trying to compile? Handle map exam. Oh, it's thinking that this is the package. Okay. Let's see. Handle map.add. I don't think there's really anything I need in here. Kinda make iterator. Yeah, no, we can delete that. Beautiful. Let's do it. So, really the entity create and stuff, it's gonna be really simple now. What's a bubble tea, baby? Mm-hmm. What'd you get? All right, we got the fat ants, and now hm.add. It's really as simple as that, I think. Add value. Returns a handle you can use as a permanent reference. May cause the items array to grow. Since the backing array of items is always the most recent allocation items arena, then arena is able to reallocate the dynamic array in place. No pointers will move. Absolutely beautiful. So is it just add? I add without Yeah, we could just add value, because you need to kind of get the value back. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, we could pass in something if needed. I'm gonna kind of do an empty. And then the res is gonna be the handle and the arrow. Going to go if arrow is not equal to nil, log arrow. Log arrow and I could use the 0 slot as nil, maybe? Not sure. There's always a dummy element at index 0. If IDX 0 means no handle. We could use the dummy element in here. I think what I'm going to do is probably just do... Yeah, because this returns nil. Okay, no. So I'm going to return 0. Okay, we can... you chill. Mark this read-only data. Okay, so that's cool. And now we can hm get from this guy handle and a pointer. So now this guy could be nil from the get. So if entity, well, really want to assert that this is legit, otherwise something fucked up. So I'm gonna assert this. This and we can just return. That should be it. That is greatly simplified making entities, or really any kind of anything. Nulls. That's insane. Like we can look at the pseudocode that I wrote the other day. Like I literally sat here yesterday morning writing it. Where is it? Actually, dude, it's literally, yeah. Actually, no, it's not. I just linked out to it. Yeah, look at that. Entity create usually would be kind of this. Even then, like that's kind of like a, this is like a scuffed version of it. Oh, I actually do it in Terra Factor. A different. We got a free list. But now you just don't even have to think about that. Just kind of rip it. Rip it and go. Beautiful. Like it. You could probably adjust the data structure to return 0 elements instead of nils. I wonder if I could do that real quick. Because I kind of want to. I don't know. Am I crazy? Crazy? Maybe. I think I'm fine with a wrapper. I'm fine with just doing this. I don't want to complicate it. So entity create and then entity destroy. Kinda it. Unused items. Oh, the unused items is used by the iteration. Just skip it while iterating. That's cool. Me likey. It just adds it to the unused items. It doesn't even zero it. Cool. Maybe you do kind of want to zero it. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it gets zeroed when you grab something, right? That's weird. So yeah, it should be fine. I would probably zero straight away for consistency. Otherwise, you could be having a bug that's relying on it. You're still using the pointer. I don't know. I don't think it's that deep. I think we move on. Has Brandon done any benchmarking? No. How about you benchmark these nuts? Right. Yeah, that's it. That's literally the whole thing, I think. I'm gonna do a entity from handle. That's kind of it. Just so I can do a get on the ants with handle. So that'll return something. If e equal nil, return 0 entity. Else. And E. E. Why doesn't that require a pointer? I guess it's not technically modifying it. You're getting a pointer to the structure, so you could. I don't know. I guess it's fine. Return E. Epic time. That's the entire entity system. Wow. That's the most difficult thing I've ever written in my life. Crazy. That's so good. I love that. Wow. Wow. Actually, no. I lied. We have one more step. We need the entity kind. So we want like a entity setup. Now I'd be interested to see a way where this could maybe be made a little bit more ergonomic. Because right now, all I do is just yo fam. Which be kind. Like, yeah, this is kind of it, right? And I don't think you can really get any more ergonomic than this without doing any code gen from this enum. You could code gen this whole thing. But I don't know. This seems fine to me. It's just like, all right, you add a thing, well, you gotta add it here. Dunskies. I'm gonna make a new file, and I'm gonna call it. Maybe I'll do it here. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. could kind of do it like a little sandwich here. You add the thing here and then you add it here. And then you go, yo, set up layer. You could kind of get a little bit silly with the code gen. But I think like, can't work, like align, type it out, get back to work, and overthink. That's kind of my current thought process with all this. Technically, all of this boilerplate could be automated, but like, why? I think you just leave it at that, move on, you know. That's an entity system. Content zone. Here we go. ECS library maintainers will hate you for this one simple trick. "63 lines of code, and we never have to touch entities again." There you go. That's fucking sick. That's about as tight as it gets, dude. Wow. Wow, wow, wee, wow. I'm tempted to put this in a different file, but we get a little silly with it. Down here, so that's why you can see the whole core of the system, the whole meat of the system in a glance. Goes straight in. That works for me. I don't know, man. It's just fucking dumped in a bytecode and fed in the CPU. No one cares. No one cares. Type code. Move on. I think that's everything. We probably need like a little iterator thing, but be fine. What does the iterator do? Let me peep that real quick. It make it print iterator. Use it with iter to do actual iteration. Is this a handle map iterator? Creates it. Point it to the map and an index. All right, hold up. And instead of using an array, you can also loop items and check. it.index plus 1. An item. I've never seen like an iterator like this before. This is cool. I understand what to do. Like you kind of need to make one real quick before you do the iteration, which kind of sucks. Because it needs to store state of where, like what index it's at. So I wonder if there's like a more compact way of doing that. I mean, you can just do that. That's usually what I do. Or hm.skip. That could work. That could work. Another thing I've also done is just every single frame at the start of the frame create like a... that doesn't really work. But if you make something in the middle, that sucks. Yeah, I think that's about as simple as it gets. Yeah. Dot items. Yeah. How you take the various different entities you have on all enemies of the same type. You do loop over everything, and then you check. Your if kind equal this, do this. Depends what you want to do, you know. Sometimes you want to do like a bulk operation on all the entities. Yeah. Also need the function pointer stuff. I wonder if there's like a tight way of doing. Can you make something in a for loop? Like I guess you can do that. Can you do this? Can you like declare like a I don't know. So another thing I want to do real quick. We want the nice update and draw stuff. So update, func, proc, or proc. This is also the other way. Pointer to entity. That's it. There. So, I would like to see how I can give this a fixed update. I think that's probably one part of something I want to do next. Yeah. Texture name. So I guess we'll say texture. Yeah. Animation? Animation name. Use whichever one you want. We'll just say animation overrides having a texture. But for now, if I just do e.texture, it is still. Oh, I'm gonna figure out how to draw that. So draw. Yeah. Man, this is fast. Snappy. It's always good being in like a new project because I just forget how fast things can be. Like this compile and run is like so quick. Air factor, you know, getting a little bit sluggish. That's not even the right thing. Don't want that bad though. Still good. Yeah, goddamn, that's fucking snappy. We also don't have to generate the atlas on startup now. Good. Happens at build time. Okay. Yeah, I want to figure out the fixed update sooner rather than later. Tackle that. Because if I can't figure that out, I'm a failure. I wonder if there's anything. Fix update Raylib. Fix update step in Raylib. Fix time step demo. Of course, Jacob has something. Of course. Read my article to learn more about the methods I implement. Sick. 7 months ago. Pretty good, dude. Pretty good. Huge. Ba-do-ba-do. Possible to use the game tick to predict the random game state without explicitly writing any interpolation code. That's what this post is about. Yeah, so this is my favorite way of doing it. It's pretty good. Templates between previous current game state with the alpha factor. Yeah, this kind of sucks because it's just too much like complexity to try and interpolate an entire game state. So I think the strat is just resim with like some kind of prediction. Predict what's going to happen at a particular point. Yeah, so you do a little like a temporary game tick, right? And then draw it. It's great. So this is like the biggest hack to getting a fixed update. It doesn't take that much elbow grease as well. And if you're if you got a good game state, you can just copy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Input's the thing I'm trying to figure out right now. Specifically how to do it with Raylib. Depending on your TPS, different problem. Around 10 TPS. Okay. Latency interpolation is huge, but the predicted random ticks can be jittery because of the different simulation results. Yeah. 30 to 60. Yeah, this is kind of like, I'd probably say 60, maybe 50, maybe 30, maybe 20. Who knows? Accumulated render tick. Only a very small number of fixed update ticks per second. Means your fixed delta increases, your render tick might be doing a very large time step. I don't understand, but seems fine. Wrote a small demo and earned Raylib to demonstrate the difference. Cool. No smoothing, and then interpol. Yeah. Determinism replay. Trying to get determinism kind of sucks. But it is cool. If your game is deterministic, you only need to store a starting game state, and then all inputs for the fixed time steps, and then you can just resim to get whatever thing you want. Good. What Charlie did in Demon Knives. But it was kind of a bitch because we kept accidentally adding bugs and breaking determinism. But it's kind of fine. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna look at this and we'll see. Fixed time step demo. Bonk. Don't mind if I do. Sounds good. Is key pressed? Sim mode. Ah, okay. Is key pressed? Sim mode. Fixed. What are we after? I think it's the fixed interpolated, maybe? We'll see. No, that's interpolated from one to the next. We want just a prediction. This input clear temp. Or you just basically do a simple abstraction of an input. Okay. Cool. Sounds good. All right. BRB. Yeah. Isn't setting kindness reassigning it to itself? No, so you need it because when you deserialize, no. And then yeah, just call the setup straight after it. Setup. It's used for some constant data stuff that isn't being used, but later on it'll. Global animations. I put them in a union with textures. Yeah, you could probably union them. I mean, yeah, that would both be the same. That would, yeah, no, a union would actually be king, dude. Think about it. I was thinking about it briefly. I'm like, can we just union this? Since they're the exact same size, it'll be fine. Because if you just set one, it'll just stomp over the other, right? Should be fine. Am I tripping? I mean, serialization kind of complicates things. I mean, if it was like a, I guess if you union it with the thing, yeah, with Odin this should work, right? Yeah. That would be a tag to you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really matters. Gonna keep it though. Embrace the slop, dude. Embrace the slop. Okay. This is gonna be fun. I haven't done this in a while. So figure out. It will be a beef. Okay. Who's ready for a bit of that fix update action? Input action. Okay. Let us see. Fixed render tick. Simulated render tick. Which one am I looking at? That's what I'd like to see. What am I after? I don't know what the difference here is. I don't even know what I'm like trying to look at. Good. Right, our latency matches real time perfectly, very easy to implement, especially if your game a certain tick is set up in a nice way. Single render tick can get inaccurate with the low TPS because each update step is linear. Single render tick can get inaccurate with a low TPS because each update step is linear. Interesting. Then there's the accumulated render tick, more accurate and low TPS. However, because of the input frequency is so different between the predicted and the fixed ticks, it can get out of sync. Tick. Mem copy non-overlapping. Okay. Tick, temp game, tick input, accumulator. Okay. Draw the temp game. Yeah, I mean, like, this is it. I think. Probably just clone this and see what happens. But I'm curious about the input. Literally the input clear temp and the tick input. Tick input. Where does one get the tick input? Yeah, I should really clone this. Let's clone it. Let's clone it. easier to. And put in the templates. Why not? Jacob. Here we go. So, what I'm after is fix random tick. This guy. This is going to be the structure. I believe. So we pass in a tick input. Aim tick input. Okay. And the tick input this guy. Cursor and actions. Actions being a array with a bit set of input flag, down press release. Just using this. Okay. Input flags from key. Mouse button. Okay, so this is just you're getting the Raylib thing and then you're putting it into here. Okay, that makes sense to me. And then you're using that inside here instead of the Raylib thing. Yes, good. Okay, that makes sense. So instead of calling like RL dot, you know, is key down, instead you've got to do it from here because this is like the source of truth. And if you do it from here, then it's way easier to just mix update time step or even just network the inputs, you know, like the world is your oyster. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Game draw. Don't really need inputs for the draw, although yeah, you don't need it. Only really need it for the update. You could do the little throwaway update temp thing to get the thing you need. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. That way we don't have to do any of this bullshit compilation. That sucks. Oh. Yes, sir. None of that. No siree. Okay. So I'm probably just gonna copy this, honestly. This looks good. Input flags from key, input flags from mouse button, input clear temp. Okay, so that's clearing the tick input. Clear all except down flag. This I don't understand. I guess you're clearing the... So you only care about the just press and the release? I actually don't know. I don't know why this is the case. Could read. I could do a little bit of reading. Probably something in here. Here we go. And just use a separate frame input and tick input. Temporary tick. Reapplying the tick input in exactly the same way as in the fixed update loop works decently well. Also want to clear the pressed and release flags from the input. Those were already applied in the fixed update loop. Yeah. Makes sense. Made the input states every frame. Okay. Tick input and then frame input. Flags, action. Otherwise all the flag. Cleared after every tick. All flags to clear the end of the frame. Any tick happened. Frame input. Right. So this is every frame. Oh, you just accumulate it into the tick. That way you don't lose things. That makes sense. Every frame you pull the input and you throw it into the tick. Okay. So that way when you tick, yeah. Bonk. Accumulated greater than delta t. We have now basically consumed all the input, and we can clear the tick input. Cool. That makes sense. That makes sense. Me likey. All right. I now know all the variables. I can do the thing. Gotta love that. Curious about the mem copy non-overlapping. Like, what the fuck? What does this mean, man? What does mem copy non-overlapping do? Anybody in chat have the answer to this? Why would you use this as opposed to copy? Or is it just to give you an error if you accidentally overlap or something? I don't know. Or maybe it's faster because you know that these guys aren't overlapping. Whereas with a mem copy, you could technically have like them overlap. I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. Like sees mem move versus mem copy. Okay, I'm just gonna throw this into an L. Ask it to explain. That sounds like a good idea. What is the diff? and move. It safely handles cases where the source and destination memory regions overlap. This means it ensures the correct data copied even if the source and destination regions share memory addresses. Oh, right. If you were just kind of moving memory around a little bit like a cowboy, that makes sense. Then copy non-overlapping. Means the source and destination memory regions do not overlap. Potentially faster copying operations, but using it with the overlapping regions can lead to incorrect results. Okay. And just so they don't overlap and want potentially better performance. That makes sense to me. Thank you, Clyde. Thank you, Clyde. I appreciate that. A man. A main man, Clyde. Alright. Do it. Let's freaking do it, man. Let's yonky splunky. Let's fucking yonky splunky. Frame time. Okay. Delta T. Give me with that delta, man. 1 over takes delta in. Flippity heckin' fuck. Oh, kinda. Right. Just changing what the grade is. Guessing delta is like the actual tick. Whereas we got frame time. The frame time. This input handling is a bit silly with Raylib, but it's good enough for this example. It do be a bit silly, but I don't see another way. Like, you kind of need the abstraction, right? I guess this is a question I have. I guess I will just take it. Send a message. We'll see. It's good. I think. I think we ship. We ship it. One thing I like about Odin is you can just go and look up the source and it's like 1,000 million lines of cryptic shit. Yeah. But reading C++ STL source code is so much fun though. Yeah. Fun. Babe, what's going on? You've barely touched your C++ and the template library source code. You don't like it? It's kind of the annoying thing about the bindings though. I want to see what's under the hood. This guy. Maybe you could make it like a plugin that would like match the bindings with the source somewhere. You probably could put that into the LSD maybe. It might kind of suck. Not like you really needed it. Sometimes it is good to just, you know, just hit that go to def. See what's happening. Nice and clean. All right. So I think we rip it like this. I think we rip it. Input flags from key. And this is just looping through the input actions. Flags. And flags from key? Yeah. Okay, so this is where you fundamentally like doing the map. Alright, this to this. This to this. This to this. Be good. Put flags from. Yeah. Seems fine to me, honestly. I don't know. I don't really know how you do it else. Good. Ship. Gamepad. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna copy. Blowing cash, blowing cash. Okay, is the game available ATM? No. 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 Wishlist on Steam if you want.
Where's the wish list? I don't know.
In there somewhere. Job's import handling is very simple and easy. It can be clunky in bigger projects. Sure. I mean, it seems fine. I'll need to do Steam input anyway at some point. I don't... Probably should really get on that sooner rather than later, I think. Especially gamepad. I need to order a controller so I can actually test that. It'd be cool if I could get a Steam Deck. That'd be sick. I actually put in a little request getting a dev Steam Deck, but I doubt they will send it. Man can pray though. If my template does not have a template, is it even real code? So I'm just like getting like numb flashbacks right now. Like accidentally mess something up, you get the most cryptic fucking error message in the console. God. Just gotta guess at what it is. And guess where the issue is. God, I love C++. Okay, this will work. Left, right, up, down. Attack. Use. Interact. That's all a man really needs. I didn't even have this in Terra Factor right now. I just hard code it. But we can do that. It'll be good. Good, do the trick, man. So what I want to do here, I think, is input dot actions. Dude, I should see if I can like try and get something networked while we're at it. Just go all the way. That'd be kind of fun. So you got to make frame input. So I think I'll call this frame make all at the start of input actions at left equal to RL. really. E. Input flags from key. And then the key being whatever the is that? Good. Should be keyboard key. A. What a wonderful kind of day. We'll learn to work and play and get along each other. Know what I'm saying, guys? Yes, my favorite. The ad was perfect. No, this is a mouse thing. So I guess it's still an action, right? I'm glad the wait. I guess my favorite, the side extra forward and back mouse button. I'm changing attack to like click. Why is the LSP being cringe? Put the dot left. Come on, man. Help a brother out. Use be right, and then interact will be frame make input. Done and dusted. Done and dusted. Okay. So we call this at the start of every frame. Frame input. Okay. Really right here. Actually, no. It has to accumulate. It has to accumulate across the frames. We gotta put it up top. Oh no, this is frame input. The tick input has to go up top though. Tick input. This gets accumulated across. Drop input. Side. Smaller. Fixed. There's also the cursor. That mouse pause, yeah. Cool. Cool. So this guy is tick input. Yeah, updating this. Right. That makes sense to me. So far, so good. Then really just a matter of ripping it. Absolutely ripping it with this guy. Yes, sir. Okay, so we have an accumulator, a delta, and it. That is kind of it. Accumulator, a delta. Yeah, that's kind of all we need, man. Accumulator. And delta T. Which we're going to say is equal to 1 over. Gonna emphasize that this is constant, baby. Yes, sir. Probably want to go like 60 or something, honestly. Because the lower we go, the more input lag we're going to have. So, I say, good for a nice little 60. Crank that soldier boy as high as we want though. You. Why Raylib, not circle? Why this, not that? Why that, not this? Final question. So if the accumulator goes greater than the delta T, I'm just gonna name this sim rate. Maybe. Your favorite flavor of ice? Like vanilla. Accumulator is greater than delta t, then we take away that. I don't like being fancy, you know? Like we could do that. I don't know. I just like this. It's more readable. Takeaway equal the delta. Yep. And right. We do a tick and then we clear. Okay. Now we're cooking, dude. Now we're cooking. So. Game tick. Huge. Game tick on the old game state. With tick input and delta. We got tick input and delta. Tick. We got aim tick. This is really where the money happens. I'll just call it game tick for now, sure. This right there. This right there? Actually just gonna call it game. Or maybe just update. I don't know. And so we are operating on a game state. And having a tick input. Really just an input. And a delta t. Pointed to entity, pointed to game state. And that's that. Alright, so now I'm gonna do a pointer to pointer. That's cringe. Delta. This is sim rate. There we go, dude. It feels really nice having a fixed update like this. You know, it's really clean. You're like, you know what you're getting. You're simply just trying to tick this once. That's it. Tick this once by a fixed, kind of fixed delta time. It'll be fixed for the actual update. But now we want to do a kind of throwaway update, which I would say yeah, so the thing is, like, I kind of just want to be able to like, I want the game state as a global, kinda. I don't know.
Where it gets a little bit twicky.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll think about it later. Okay. That's the update. And then now we want to do a nice draw date. Lovely. Like, I could honestly just use not a global. Seems like the best way of doing things, and then like you just, like, if you wanted a function like do update thing, or really like do physics, you also just pass it down like that. That would be like the most sane way of doing things, because it's like, it's very clear that you're like, all right, this is what we need for physics, we're doing an operation. Like, it becomes very what's the word, becomes more pure and functional, right? Like, you're just doing an operation on something. But it can get kind of annoying, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. I think I'm gonna opt for this way of doing things, maybe, and we'll see. See what happens. It'll be less confusing. Put it that way. Less confusing. So I am moving game state officially with global. Maybe. Because then, like, okay, so here's literally the problem. All right, let's go over to entity. Now we would have to call, like, on entity create, we would have to pass this in. We'd have to pass the game state in. And the entity from handle, we'd also have to pass the game state in. Like, it's just kind of yucky. You know? So you kind of just want this. Much as it kind of sucks balls a little bit, you do kind of just want it. You kind of just at the very least we can communicate intent. Maybe. Kind of ripe for bugs though. It sucks. Like, in here we would be using this game state, but then the moment we go down into a function, like for example down here, let's just pretend we're in a function, and we type GS, we would then be using not this guy, but the global. So decisions. You could also just bite the bullet and say, all right, we're just gonna fuck it, state mandate, pass game state into everything. Stop being a pussy. Possible. In Jai, you can add stuff to the context, and it's great. Not really inject something into the context unless you use the user pointer stuff, but seems kind of weird. Maybe that's the play though. Maybe that's the play. Because then you could kind of just do like, well, if you want to access the game state, you just got to be mindful. You just go GS equal to context, or really just get GS. And that would just kind of do like a context dot user pointer, you know, cast that to a blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, then you could got a GS. And like that would be the thing. That's probably the sane way of doing it, I think, instead of having it as a global. What's your last video on the Rain Prime channel? You circle there. Oh yeah, I'm not working on the game right now. I'm working on a template for people to use to easily pick up game dev. Sim Delta T, you could do that. I'm tempted to put it in here. No, though. I really don't know. But also just fucking global, call it a day. Yes. The way you would get around this issue is you just go underscore. There you go, problem solved. I don't like it though. I don't like it, but it's fine. Getting to that point where I'm just obsessing over things that don't matter. Let's move on. It might even be kind of nice to have this in the context. You could do that. Go context dot blah 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 equal this. Do that. Also just not. Also just do this. Right. This. And then you could go yeah. Actually, this is kind of the same. Hold up. Game state. Instead of passing as a parameter, you say, all right, well, it's just being used as a global. So we'll go game state equal whatever it is. And then here for the temporary Joel. Game state. Temp game. Where'd the temp game at? No. Up here? Yeah. Really need it there. We can just throw it here. You know, we do need it somewhere. Why is it a pointer up here? I don't know. All right, I think I made it a pointer for legacy reasons. For the web, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, we could probably just get away with doing like temp state. Yeah, maybe? I don't know. Also just say copy game state. Um, so to make a copy here, I don't think we can just do a copy because this needs a bit of a deep copy. Just because of the handle map thing, maybe. So we can't just straight up copy. I'm tempted to make it not virtual. So we run it back and we do the static fixed array. Because then it would be easier to copy. Now, we could also just try and figure out how to copy. A little bit trickier though, because it's an arena, so you kind of just have to have a second one and then deep copy into it. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Let's see. Is there a deep copy somewhere? And there probably is. I'm just in the wrong thing to search. Let me add some of that Odin. Ace or and apples. Yes. Oh, what's in here? Tests. Is it good? That's kind of it. All I really need. So now we should be able to just search copy. Do we have anything? No? Okay. Yeah, it ain't gonna be that easy. Yes, I'm tempted to flip it to a fixed memory. Yeah. Yeah, I think we go static. Because while it is cool having an arena, it makes life harder. Let me just think if there's a way I can wrap my head around this. Without wanting to die. Kind of just make... Oh, fuck it. Fuck it. We going to yoink. Yoink. Copy. A doink. We're back. It was all just a bad dream. We can set this to a reasonable number of 2048. Go. I know. Always change it later. Doesn't matter. Just for getting started, this is going to be fine. Just to simplify things a little bit. It'll be great. So now this copy can be very straightforward. Copy. Dest source line. Dest being That's right. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, that should be good. It's just updating using the accumulator, right? I think that's right. The accumulator could also get added to right at the start. Oh, you could do slow-mo this way. This would be cool. I'm down. Accumulator plus equal frame times. That's straight away, bang. We've got a little bit in the accumulator for us to render. And we are all good. We are all good and lovely. Now, what happens? This goes greater than the sim rate. What happens if this goes to 0 and try and draw something? Update something with 0. I wonder. What's equal frame time? Fix and a tick. If it's greater than the delta, let it take away equal to delta. Okay. Aim tick with an accumulator. I guess if you tick something with 0, it's just gonna like out. You might get a weird divide by 0 in there somewhere. I don't know. It would be fine. But also have never really be 0. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, done. Update the game state. Frame input. You can see how this gets really gets a little bit complicated. But maybe I might have a variant of this where it doesn't use this. So it's easy to understand. I don't know. I'm putting this in here just because it's better for a long time to actually fix the frame rate. Easy to program some gameplay stuff. I think it's worth it. Okay, so now we're running into the problem of this using GS. I think we can just kind of get away with changing this to game state. This needs a pointer. This now changes to false if it's full. If full. False if full. True if it's empty. This is okay. If not okay, too many. Okay. And that's it. Cool. Bye. Now, you should more or less be at a fixed update and draw. Should be fine. We'll see. We shall see. Run, see what happens. Same as usual. Except in theory, this should have a fixed update. I'm not doing any movement yet, so I guess do that, and then be back to living and laughing and loving. Could be good. I'm gonna commit this up though, because like holy shit, this has been this has been a lot. Let me do that. Changes. I don't know if I'll commit these repos. May as well. Doesn't really matter. Okay, what have I done? This Atlas builder.exe, we can ignore that. Atlas.png, we could more or less ignore as well. What about Windows debug? Okay, we can ignore build. Images. This we want the Atlas builder. The sprite. Yeah, I'm gonna want this. A sprite. Hit ignore. Delete. Isn't really needed. Probably that. What's the mod.kg? Package. We can get rid of that. Example. I think I can now delete this. Maybe. Don't know. I think I can. I don't want that. Maybe not. Yeah, I'll keep that. A sprite example. Textures, license, readme, atlas. Okay. We'll get into the meat. That seems fine to me. New hot sauce. Do this. I think I'm gonna probably just eat these. Or just move them, actually. Move them away. Oh yeah. I admit, that's some steep. The way that Odin doesn't have wild whips. Wild and 4 are the exact same thing. They behave the same. So like, you can do 4 true, and that's basically the same as wild. So, what up, Eva? That's fine, dude. Well, whenever you want to pull up, man. All right. What to do? I think I might hop off, actually. It'll be bedtime. Not bedtime, but chill time. And downtime. Think about it. Nope. That was a productive template and sesh. 7 hours of raw goodness, raw Raylib goodness. Got a texture map atlas thing. Got a fixed time step. Got a entity structure. This is certified the cleanest and baddest, the biggest and baddest, except not really the biggest, and the leanest and meanest. Template I've ever written. Randy Sauce V2, standing on top of giants such as Carl Zelinsky, Ray, Mr. Raylib, Mr. Lib, and other notable mentions. Jacob, with the fixed update. That was a copy paste. That was a copy paste and tweak. Notable mention. What else? Another notable mention, Mr. Brian Flory, boss. Gotta pay homage to the GOAT for the entity. And that's that. I'm gonna keep tweaking away at this, and eventually I'll make a vid on kind of have to like take some of these concepts and break them down piece by piece. It does get a little bit messy because they're all kind of intertwined with each other in a way, because that's kind of game dev, but it's fine. So I think I'll make little code examples piece by piece all these guys out, and yeah, just make some videos from the ground up to explain some of these things that peeps can copy paste, yoinky spoink, and get going. I think the bedrock is probably just bedrock's probably an entity, actually. I don't really get far without entity, so probably gonna be the first vid. Entity, and then texture. Atlas thing. And then maybe update. And after that, probably just drawing entities by default and kind of actually do game stuff. We'll see. All right, that's gonna be me done. Done for the day. Make the font now. Alligator. Goat. The goat. Peace out, boys. I'll be back when I'm back. I'll see you when I see you. Adios.